Hello, and welcome back to Bard College. Today we have a special treat. We are going to do try the kind of one-on-one D&D format with a character who joined our quest and campaign many months ago. John played Redemption, the Tiefling Celestial Warlock. She was integral to the adventures around the Silvercrest arc, but following the conclusion of those events, Redemption took up the offer of working for or training with the Cerulea Central Commission. If you don't mind, John, I'd like to kind of just set the scene for the start of the adventure.
Yeah.
So it is winter time, north of Silvercrest. Redemption has been tasked with traveling across the Huntertop Mountains towards the military keep of Eastcliff at Maximus Loveheart's behest. What she will find there, she can't quite be sure of, but it's a potentially long and perilous journey that she'll be making on her own. So, I will say, after a few days' travel against the biting winter wind, Redemption arrives at Headwater Point. This is where the Amethyst River is bifurcated into separate streams. At this nexus point, a lowly communion of peasant folk gather by the wayside, making dedications to Istitia. They do this by cleaning up the mess left behind by the recently visited battalion of Cerulean sentinels, human troops from across the mountains. You hear, well, why don't we kick off by you making a perception check?
All right. That's an 11.
Okay. An 11, you hear the kind of inane chatter of hired acolytes and peasant folk in their dedication to this greater deity. You don't look to see anybody who looks particularly inviting, but you will have been traveling for a couple of days at this point. And yeah, what would you like to do? You're kind of at a river nexus, and there is a shrine to a river god, and a few people just cleaning up. Like, you see lots of footprints and debris. What would you like to do?
I'll approach the shrine. Do I recognize anything about this god or these practices?
You can make a religion check.
Let's do it. 12.
12. You know Istitia is a greater deity, and is generally their followers are good aligned. So you might feel relaxed by that.
Okay, and just to refresh sort of where I'm up to with my objective, what was the last thing I was kind of like had the goal to go and do when I get here?
So, you know, you're traveling to East Cliff to converge with the CCC. The CCC and yourself have seemingly some aligned interests. You have been exposed to various omens presented by an entity known as the Curator. These omens take the form of frogs that kind of appear in the most unlikely places and at the most auspicious times. You have a lot of unfinished business in Crystal Spear as well, but it seems as though Maxilis Loveheart's offer to you was come and get a taste of what it might be like with the CCC, and they may be able to assist you in the furthering of your goals by some mutually beneficial arrangement. They are a clandestine network, extremely well backed financially. You attached yourself to the priestess of Lathander, Devotion, and she is well backed financially, but she doesn't have the means or resources to take the action, perhaps, or give the assistance that you might like, both with your objectives surrounding the curator and also your crossing paths with the Grave Assembly.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a few different irons in the fire, but no real direction yet.
Well, then Red will try and like sort of dust off the snow from her feet. She just has sort of bare feet. She's wearing a dress, which has been getting filthy on the walk, so she kind of try and dust that off. Adjust a kind of bits of jewelry, and she wouldn't be wearing like a she's resistant to the cold, so she's not wearing like any big kind of like wintry gear or anything. She's just more annoyed that she's like dusting off a dress and everything like that. And she'll ask someone nearby, excuse me, do you know where a lady is to find a nice drink, something to warm me on this winter's walk?
The figure that you see kind of overseeing this kind of river cleanup is an older male with mottled green skin and slimy hair, and they turn to you. Hold fast against the rising tide and let the Waterlord shape your destiny. And he rolls up his sleeves, and you can see the hands of a potter covered in like dirt and clay. They have a few meager tents by the wayside, and like a stall set up with like various clay workings. Come hither, child. Search a brook, and Estitia will see to your needs.
Rather be like, ugh, I mean, hi, yes, okay. Oh, I'm supposed to, what, dig around in the river for something? An omen?
You may merely take replenishment from Estitia's gift and clean yourself up in his waters. They are a mite cold, though.
It's not the cold that bothers me. Oh, I better fit in with the customs around here. I'll go and start washing my hands in the river.
Okay. You just see a few like peasants. Make it either religion or insight check.
Yeah. Oh, 18 religion.
Okay. It becomes clear now that these people kind of cleaning up the river and clambering around are engaging in this kind of like ritualistic purification. They're like lifting like old boots and broken spears out of the river. Each of them seems not as resistant to the cold. Some of them are literally shivering and shaking. But they seem, religious in their dedication to this goal.
Um, well, I'm no one to judge, and I don't mind the cold, but it's kind of dirty down here. I'll try and see if I can help fishing any of the debris out of the river.
Yeah, make a survival check.
Okay. Oh, a crit for a 21.
Oh, nice. You integrate yourself into this effort silently, and people start kind of passing bric-a-brac to you, and you kind of put it onto the riverside. Like I say, old boots, broken spears, soaking wet fibers. It becomes very clear to you that the Cerulean sentinels who headed off Calixeros's forces from the north camped here. And looking up the riverside, you see the tracks kind of splitting off in two directions. Some have made their way across the Huntertop Mountains, and you can see a clear pathway up to the west. And then a smaller contingent went down to the riverside towards a small keep, maybe a few miles downhill. You can see a few patrolling griffin riders. And as you kind of take stock of where you are with that crit survival check, you look down and you see something glistening in the water between your feet.
Yeah, I'll take a closer look at that.
Okay, it's like a ceramic ornamental necklace, although it is the ceramic part of it that has been crafted, and it is just bound to a very plain kind of rope or string that's obviously gotten very damp in the water.
Yeah, I'll pull at the string and retrieve it.
As you dislodge it, the green-skinned older gentleman stands over. Quite a find. Brooke hasn't seen anything like that in quite a few months.
In a whole few months. Wow. Just kind of not entirely impressed with it. I mean, if this helps you, what is it exactly?
You misunderstand me. They often fall off the patrolling griffin riders who pass overhead from Broadwing Keep. And if there was a siege or an assault on, I'd advise you to return it to the nearest officer. But lucky for you, I don't see any around.
Don't have to tell me twice. Pocket it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I guess I'm all cleansed by Stisia, and we're all good now, and so where do I find that drink?
Thank you for your help. And he lifts you out of the river. And he casts prestidigitation on your clothing.
Ah, oh, excellent. Got to learn that one day. It's exactly what I needed.
Yeah, your clothes are drier. Please, Istitia's eternal gift waits for all passers-by. And he kind of leads you towards a tent that seems to be the only one that's been pitched to last any sort amount of time. You see one kind of main tent pole in the middle of this maybe 3-room tent with it's double pitched with some dirty leather protection and kind of strung up around a few kind of trees at the riverside. It's quite clear that this person lives here, but they're probably the only one. Pulls out a 3-legged stool for you to sit at.
Oh, great. We're sitting down for a while. Yeah, okay. I'll sit down.
Um, he with his back to you, you see this like blue into green like ombre cape. That kind of he still kind of leaves the hood over his like slimy hair. He has bare feet also. Just make a nature check.
Oh, another crit, 24.
Oh, it becomes quite clear, given your interactions with Mia in the past, that this is a water genasi of much more advanced years than your former companion.
Yeah, I'd remark that. Oh wow, you're a genasi, aren't you?
Plain touched, yes. Istitia's blessing runs strong through my family line, like a powerful river.
Hmm. The the other people that I'd seen, did they also look to be genasi as well? Or were they?
No, mainly human.
Mm-hmm.
Um, not many people occupy this shrine for a large amount of time, passing through like a current through Headwater Point. Tell me, what's your destination?
Well, Eastcliff. That's about all I know of it. Just, just traveling. Heard it's the place to be.
You're not equipped to travel to Eastcliff in clothing like that.
Oh, the cold doesn't bother me all that much.
But it's not even really functional. The dress, it's so ostentatious, even though it is seen better days.
Well, I'll just sort of wave my hand and do a disguise self, and I'll change it into more of like a traveling garb, like a little bit of like leather, like just a plain overall coat and cape.
Okay.
This suit any better?
With a poor insight check, he kind of gives you an auspicious glance, like it looks more appropriate, but I'm not sure it feels any. Anyway, um, if you wish to make the journey over to Eastcliff, I suggest taking the Huntertop Mountain. We've had terrible reports of corruptions in the waters around Cerulea, and I wouldn't want you to befoul any of the waters any further or come across any corruption yourself. Strange times these days, strange times.
Eruption in the water, you say?
Mm. Yes, Estitio's ire seems pointed directly at the deeps. Something foul stirs in the horizon. I suggest avoiding waterborne travel where possible.
Well, good to know. I appreciate it. And for the tip, maybe it was a little bit ostentatious to be walking around in this. Well, are the mountains dangerous?
At this time of year, they're more treacherous. You don't see many hunting species roaming around in the winter, but I'd be very careful of the ice and rock. It's a good few days' climb over the top.
Oh, great. Good few days climb. So glad I came to visit Eastcliff.
Make a persuasion check.
14.
Well, you never know. You might find something useful to aid you on your travels. Perhaps you'd like to make a donation to Istitia and, keep the rivers clean.
Oh, of course, that's fair enough. I've grown up in a temple for a while, I know how it is. I'll get a gold piece.
No, not. I don't wish to. We're not a charity, of course. You see, but I do make these wares to sell, and all the donations go towards keeping the rivers flowing in their purest form.
Costly endeavor keeping these rivers flowing, I'm sure. What have you got?
And he pulls back a cloth to reveal what's like a painter's and decorator's table with like various clay wares. You can roll me a d6.
3.
There are various clay wares, and you can inspect all of them if you wish. But the one that stands out to you with that roll is like a ornamental clay crab the size of a dinner plate.
Okay. I don't suppose you have anything a little bit smaller? More intricate, I'm sure, more valuable.
Then he turns around with 2 handheld clay designs. One of them is like the only clay part of it is like it's like a ram's head, but it seems attached to like a wooden like a truncheon. So it almost looks like a weapon. The other one is literally just like a handheld succulent type pot with no plant in it.
Okay, how about that ram's head thing?
Ah, yes, the ceramics are an underappreciated form of art. They're much more durable than you might think. This would cost only 4 gold pieces. One of my favorites, actually, attached to this wooden contraption. This makes it quite maneuverable.
You must take 5. Hand him 5 gold pieces.
Okay, you can add a portable ram to your inventory.
Oh, sick. Will it come up here? Portable. Amazing.
I have many other wares if you have the coin. This pot, I'm sure it. I made it on a stormy evening when Istitia's ire was most corrosive. It seemed to have a strange effect on some of the plant life around me. I swear one of the trees started talking. The pot I made on that very night, I'm quite sure, will have some interesting effect on whatever seeds are planted in it.
Well, certainly sounds like you've got some good pot. Yeah, this thing is actually kind of cool, and I'm like waving around the one's head, like I'm kind of into it now. Like, yeah, I'll take the what was it? I put plant seeds in it. I'm just waving.
He kind of clutches it. You need to be a lot more delicate with this one.
Ah.
And it's twice the price.
Oh, okay. You take 10 gold. Oh, wait, I lost your sound. Sorry, say again.
A pot of awakening.
Oh, there we go. Pot of awakening. Amazing. I like this guy.
Rook is the name.
What is it? Rook?
Rook.
Rook. Don't suppose they nickname you Babbling Brook by any chance, do they?
How dare you?
Oh, never mind.
I choose my words carefully. I'm not prone to babbling.
Of course.
Not recently, anyway. Maybe I used to be. Anyway.
I'm just joking with you. I'm Red.
Red?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can see that, but what's your name?
That is my name.
Your name is Red?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, I'm Green in that case.
Nice to meet you, Green.
Anyway, if you're going to make the journey to Eastcliff, I suggest you leave as soon as possible.
Yes, kick me out. Let's go.
Have you got provisions for the journey? If at least a few days? Anything to tend to your injuries? I mean, not that you'll get any, but just in case.
I can handle my injuries. I'm kind of looking my bag. I'm a little bit low on food.
Oh, well, I can supply you with a few days' rations. You can roll a d6.
Two.
Your generosity in buying my wares is most appreciative, and I can give you a couple of days' rations for no cost.
Oh, so kind of you. Thanks, Green.
Okay, I'm sick of that name now. Brooke will do. He points the way. I mean, you've already kind of observed it, that some of the troops take. There's basically like a valley that goes through the Huntertop Mountains along the Amethyst River that goes up into the kind of sharper rocks. You don't have to climb to the very top, but as you curve round from the Amethyst River, it turns into a few tributaries of the Opal River. And Brooke says, once you get to the peak, you'll find a few streams that converge into the Opal River. If you follow the Opal River down, you'll eventually find a couple of settlements. I suggest you try and stay at Bridgehorn. That'll probably provide the safest and most comfortable rest after your travels.
Bridgehorn it is.
Well, best of luck to you. Istitia's blessings.
Yep. Ishtish's blessings. Bye, Green. And I'll trot on down, like, on my way.
Okay. For your first journey into the mountains, I'd firstly like you to make a survival check.
Okay. Oh, 6.
Okay. Your confidence wanes quickly under the cold wind. You don't. The cold doesn't bother you, but just the sheer force of the wind makes the climb difficult. And with a 6, I think I'm going to have to get you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. 6 on that as well.
Okay. You climb until the light fades, and you unfortunately don't find anywhere on your first night in the mountains to make camp, and you're going to have to keep going by. Well, what means will you use to light your way?
I can cast the light cantrip. I do have dark vision as well, but I'll use. Obviously, that's still limiting in the wilderness.
Yeah, you'd be in absolute darkness, so all your perception checks would still be at disadvantage.
Yeah, I'll light up my wand. I have a wand of fireballs that I've been carrying around for a while.
Okay.
I'll just use it like a torch.
Torch / 12 gauge shotgun.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay, so lighting your way, you make the perilous journey through the night, cursing a lack of map or camping experience, probably. I would like you to roll me a d10.
Okay, d10. 4.
4. Okay. It gets rockier, and you kind of jump between outcroppings and a few kind of rock formations until you get to what looks like a cavern. Could it provide shelter or even a place to rest? You're not sure. What do you do?
Oh man, this will have to do. What am I doing out here? Don't have a tent. Don't have anyone with me. Don't have a map.
You're saying this out loud?
Yeah.
Okay. As you kind of move your magically lit wand of fireballs towards the cavern, a swarm of bats flies out into your face, and you take 5 piercing damage as some of them, land on you and are disrupted by this unexpected source of light.
Oh, fuck! God's sake. I'm just a bit headstrong and then realizing, like, I have to be careful about these things. I'm going to take a little look in and cast Detect Magic at will using my invocation and just kind of, like, feel out in front of me and just try and, like, bats. Is there a fucking vampire in here? There better not be.
You cast Detect Magic, and the cavern that you have happened upon, now clear of bats, seems to be quite meager in its depth, very shallow. Doesn't seem to kind of tail off into any sort of tunnel network. Therefore, it provides you not with much shelter. But as you look around with your Detect Magic, the necklace that you found in the river gives off an interesting glow.
Oh, weird. Do I get a sense of, like, if it has a particular type of magic coming from it?
It obviously it doesn't house or a particular spell. There hasn't been a spell cast on it. But you'd think with a bit of rest or other magical means, you'd be able to find out exactly what it does.
Yeah, okay. I actually can cast Identify at will. I'm just trying to find whether I need to use the material component, whether it uses it up every time. It is a named component. Pearl worth at least 100 gold pieces and an owl feather.
Is it through an invocation? Then I don't think it uses any material components. I think that's why warlocks beat wizards sometimes.
This is from my book of ancient secrets. Yeah, I'll sit there with it for a moment, and I
think it would still take you the ritual casting time.
Yeah, I think it does. 11 minutes. Yeah. So nothing else to do in here. I'll just kind of like bundle up in a corner. Yeah, I'll try and identify this thing.
Okay. After 10 minutes, hunched over in a dark cave up the first portion of a mountain, in the cold weather, you realise that you found an eagle whistle.
Eagle whistle. Let me look this up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. While you blow an eagle whistle continuously, you can fly twice as fast as your walking speed. Oh, wow. You can blow the whistle continuously for a number of rounds equal to 5 plus 5 times your constitution modifier, or until you talk, hold your breath, or start suffocating. Use of the whistle also ends if you land. If you're aloft when you stop blowing the whistle, you'll fall. Whistle has 3 uses. Regains expended uses it daily at dawn. Nice.
Mm-hmm. So I will. I'll let you have a think about what you want to do. I'm gonna, if you don't mind, we'll have to pause a little bit earlier than normal because I'm going a bit low. So would you mind? Should we just take a 20-minute break?
Yeah.
Just 10 minutes early.
Yeah, of course.
All right. Cool. I will see you when we return.
See you shortly.
Okay.
Come gather near and bend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. For she who'd led us towards the light, the ballad of the white stag. The chairwoman sat at her desk one day while the rain came down so hard. She made 5 white stags who brought the sunshine back, and she made them all town guards. She was crossed by a gnome who armed some bombs that would make the dogs into a pond. But the stags were too wise for the tiny gnome, and they sent him back to Gond. So come gather near and bend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. For heard we not had stayed the night, the ballad of the white stag. She roused her men at the feasting hall, and she took the stags to the city wall. With a lightning strike and a nasty fall, the chairwoman saved us all. When the nightfall came, the chanting stopped, and I nearly spilt my drink. For in the dark, with Mistress' aid, she turned the walls to pink. So come gather near and bend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. Thought heard we not had stayed the fight, the battle of the white stag. Now the chairwoman wields her family sword, and her brother wears a mask. For the forgers' guilds and traders too. There's not too much to ask. So come gather near and bend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. You better tip your glass, 'cause she saved our ass, the battle of the white stag. So come gather near and bend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. You better tip your glass, 'cause she saved our ass, the battle of the white stag. Hey ho!
Hello, and welcome back to Bard College. We just started up a little solo adventure with John playing Redemption. She made it up into the mountains, but couldn't really find a place to stay, and thus ran into a swarm of bats. But she just discovered that she may have found something fortuitous in the river earlier that day. And we'll pick up there if you want, John. What do you want to do?
So probably just cast light on something more innocuous than the precious wand. Like, I actually have a climber's kit on me, so maybe I'll stick like a bit on in the ground and like put light on it. So I've got like a little camping light. Just messing around with like the eagle whistle and figuring out what that does and. Sort of.
Do you want to tell me how long you can fly through doing it?
It says, so let's see. So you blow the whistle continuously for a number of rounds equal to 5 plus 5 times your con modifier, which is 2. So that would be 15 rounds total.
That's a minute and a half, 90 seconds of flying.
Yeah. So she's like weighing up. She's like planning her entrance, like changing her outfit into some kind of like ostentatious red and white flowing robe, and how she could like fly in through the door and knock it open with thaumaturgy and be like, I'm Redemption. But then she's like thinking the better of it, and she's like, no, I'm on a top secret super spy mission right now. I need to. And she's just kind of like sorting out her outfit. She'll just put like, get the boots and just like a black like kind of robe over basic leather traveling gear and a cloak with a big hood, and she's kind of just like just walking around in this cave, just planning a little bit of like getting into the persona, a super spy persona,
battling against her more
Yeah.
flamboyant instinct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I with that survival check from earlier, I'm going to say this cave is not really suitable to stay in. You're sheltered from the wind temporarily, and yeah, you can gives you some respite to look at your magic items, but yeah, you probably wonder whether that big old swarm of bats is going to come back, and it's kind of the whole floor is kind of covered in guano, and it just doesn't seem most appealing. Definitely not to Red, anyway.
Yeah, let's get the hell out of here.
Okay, so traveling through the night, then I guess carrying your glowy pit on, you can roll me another D10 as you get higher up.
Okay, do a real D10. It's a 2. Oh, sorry, that was the wrong dice. I just rolled a D8.
Roll again.
Forgot. I'm rusty with real dice after all this time.
Yeah.
And it was a 2 again, so.
Okay. So you climb higher and higher, and you see what looks like an overhanging kind of tree canopy, kind of just cast over the edge of like a small cliffside, about 15 foot up from where you are. Now you are, maybe you're like probably, maybe between 500 and 800 feet above sea level, climbing between the rocks. Just this kind of, it looks like it might be a tree canopy, but it's resting on the ground 15 feet above you, just hanging over.
Okay, well, no time like the present to try this thing out. I'll try the eagle whistle and just kind of boost myself up there.
Okay, so when you blow it, the eagle whistle sounds like an eagle. It squawks.
Yeah.
And as you lift up the 15 feet, you see a giant nest. And in that nest, you see like a infant, a collection of infant giant eagles. They are just a slightly larger than you, given that they're infants, but the eagle sound that you blow through your whistle alerts all of them, and they start squawking hungrily towards you.
Oh shit! I'll cease to blow, and as I do, I'm gonna cast thaumaturgy to make an eagle sound like from behind them. Like I've got 30 feet of distance, so 30 feet away from me, and just stop blowing and probably fall down and try and like distract them with another sound.
Okay, so do you have proficiency with the nature skill?
No.
Or are you just trying to replicate the eagle sound that you just heard?
We'll just replicate the. That's the closest reference I've got.
Okay, then I guess we'll just do a deception check.
Okay, cool. I rolled it on there. Just a 15.
A 15 is pretty good, and it does seem to distract the eagles temporarily. I'd like you to roll 2d6.
12.
You take that much bludgeoning damage as you stop blowing on the whistle and go straight down. They are still squawking and making a noise, but they don't seem transfixed on you anymore. Obviously, now you're below the nest.
Okay. Get all the blunders out now. Let's keep moving, Red. Let's keep fucking moving. I don't want Mother Eagle to come back.
So are you trying to sneak past them and not draw their attention anymore? Then you can make a stealth check.
Oh, 17.
Yeah. Throwing your diversion as far away as you can and then moving in the opposite direction in the dead of night. The baby eagles, baby giant eagles, aren't drawn towards you. And thankfully, as far as you can tell, no mother or father giant eagle has swooped in before you kind of make your way, climbing between kind of a narrow crevasse in the rock and scrambling further up and around. It's cold. That fall really hurt. So yeah, what would Red do at this point?
This place sucks. Just keep moving.
Okay. As you keep moving through the mountains, the temperature gets colder and colder. But you are heading eastwards, and you just keep pressing on, anticipating being able to see the sunrise on the eastern horizon. Somebody who follows Solar of the Dawn Lord, that's something that would definitely motivate them, I think, to keep going through the night.
Mm-hmm.
We will make one more. We'll make a D10 roll now, if you will, another one.
Okay, D10. 7.
Okay. You pass through a ravine and around, kind of jumping between some dangerous looking platforms, kind of scrambling up some loose rock fixtures. With your climber's kit, you start to use kind of more and more, and even if it's only intuitively and rather than by experience, you think, oh, it's like pickaxe comes in handy, and using a bit of rope here and there, and you thank whatever person in your generations long past made a deal or some kind of pact with some infernal being to give you the dark vision, which you now benefit from.
Mm-hmm.
You eventually come to another cavern. This one looks a little bit deeper and more sheltered than before.
So this time, learning from the lesson from before, I'm going to sort of try and sneak up to it and have a listen, see if I can hear any disturbances.
Okay. Make a perception check.
19.
With a 19, you press yourself up against the side of the cavern that is sheltered from the wind to free your ears of all distractions, and you calm yourself as you attempt to listen out for any skittering or animalistic noises from inside. What you hear with that roll is not any kind of bestial noises or any snoring of any kind, but it's actually chanting. You hear like the rhythmic, simplistic chanting of maybe 4 to 6 beings. Their noises seem guttural and sharp, but quite high pitched. So you think that these beings with that check are quite small?
Okay. Does it sound like it's a language?
It very well could be, yes. What languages do you speak?
Where are my languages? Abyssal, Celestial, Common, and Infernal.
It's none of those,
Okay.
but it could indeed be a language.
I'll just kind of stay on the outside of the cavern, and I'll open my Book of Shadows, and very quietly I'll go through some incantations and cast the where is it? Comprehend languages.
Okay.
10 minutes.
After 10 minutes, the spiky, sharp, guttural utterances of these kind of 4 to 6 small creatures kind of phase into what you understand as a draconic kind of language. And it seems to be that these beings are praising Tamora, the goddess of luck, for bringing them this gift. They say that this gift will be used to extol these people's virtues when they return to their tribe, and will position them in a position of power that they could only dream of in times gone by.
So here in the Tamora, is it a god I've heard of before?
You can make a religion or history check.
Ooh. 21. History.
Yeah, you are a well-learned student of the Celestial, and Tamora is the goddess of luck.
Good alignment.
Chaotic neutral. Luck can be good and bad.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I'll take my shot. I'm curious, so I'll kind of peek my head in and just be like, in common, praise Tamora.
You walk around a corner and you see a small campfire. Before you get a chance to appraise the situation, 5 kobolds look towards you. They don't understand what you've just said. It's clear, and each of them point their spears towards you.
Given the 21 history check, do I have a visual idea of what Tamora would look like or be depicted as?
Ooh, let's see. I think with a 21, you probably would, yes. You'd probably seen various sketches of Tamora. So you know what she looks like. I'm just going to see if you can make a history check at advantage.
Ooh. What's my other D20?
See if you can wrestle out these details.
History, was it?
History at advantage. Yeah.
25.
Oh, well. Yes. Tamora is a human with kind of bronze skin and long kind of like bronze or blonde hair. She carries with her a luck blade longsword that you would have read about called the Silver Tear. She can often be found kind of in long flowing red robes with lots and lots of gold kind of jewelry and kind of wielding a particularly large coin, like heads or tails.
Okay.
So yeah, what do you do with that information?
Disguise myself as a depiction of Tamora. And immediately following that, I will use thaumaturgy to make my voice boom out loud, and I'll just speak in Celestial, because why not? And be like, "It is I, Tamora. You have done well to beckon this this token of luck."
Okay, what you can see now very clearly in front of you is a huge slab of ancient gold. It must be it must weigh nearly half a ton, and it seems as though these kobolds may have just happened upon it. They certainly haven't moved it under their own strength. You can make a deception check or an intimidation check at advantage. It's up to you.
Okay. Oh, 27 deception.
Oh, these kobolds all throw their spears down and drop to their knees. And having cast comprehend languages, you'd still be able to understand them, wouldn't you?
Yeah, for an hour that lasts.
Yeah.
Oh, Lady of the Silver Blade, you bless us with your presence, for we are not worthy.
I'll just go. I go, but you will prove yourselves worthy. Provide for me rest, and feed me, and rub my shoulders, and you shall be blessed with the luck of 1,000 moons.
Yes, my lady. I wasn't. We weren't sure that gods needed to rest, but we will make what comforts we can for you.
And they don't want to look you in the eye. They scramble around in their like meager possessions for any kind of comfort they can provide you with. One of the more ingenuitive kobolds fastens together a couple of spears, like two spears, and crosses them over, and does that again. And then they take off their kind of packs and roll out some leather to make like some kind of rough-hewn cot for you to lie on,
Yeah.
so you're not exposed to the cold ground. And one of them starts to make a campfire, and the last one just starts polishing the gold incessantly.
It must look its best for the goddess.
Yeah, I'll just give them praising gestures, and then sit down in my comfort and start eating some of my rations that I was given by Brooke, and reading my book, which will just continue to, after an hour, comprehend languages, like, so I can keep tabs on them.
Just towards the end of that hour, after you've settled down, and they all still look quite on edge, and even one or two of them who question why the goddess Tamora would turn up just to hang out in their cave, they are slapped down and called into, to fall into line behind the slightly larger kobold who's wearing kind of like a headdress. And he, after a few kind of encouraging whispers and nudges from his other kobold clansfolk, kind of comes up to you.
Goddess of fortune, goddess of skill, of victory and justice. Have you come to deliver us back home to our tribe?
But that will remain to be seen. Should I be provided with comfortable rest through the night, then your your fortune will be revealed to you by morn.
Yes, of course. we will not deign to distract you or soil your eyes with our filthy, skittering presences. We will leave, and we will trust that our fate will be revealed to us in the morning light. Even if the sunlight does burn our eyes so, it is no more painful to behold than your radiant beauty.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Sit down. You can sit in the cave. Stay in the dark. It's fine. I'm just going to get comfy over here, and you just keep polishing that gold. Just make sure that gold is good and polished.
Make a persuasion check at advantage.
25.
Yes, my lady. And they all just start polishing the gold. Yeah, and you, against all odds, you are able to take a night's rest and avoid the exhaustion of traveling anymore through the night. So yeah, you can take a long rest if you want. Is there anything else you'd want to accomplish? Or would you want to stick around with your new kobold friends, or would you want to slip out early? What do you think?
So let's take the rest. Let's see, long rest. And I just apply. So I have the what's the ability called again? It's the Celestial Resilience. So I gain 18 temp hit points when I finish the rest.
Nice.
Long rest. Yeah, I would. So I'll read my book and I'll go to sleep. The items I will. I'm gonna reattune. I'm gonna. A long rest is enough to unattune from one and reattune to another, isn't it?
Correct. Yeah.
So I'm gonna unattune from the Wand of Fireballs. And put on my Mantle of Spell Resistance.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, a bit of attunement. Don't think I need to have a look at the other items. So yeah, I'll just wait. So when I wake up in the morning, I'm just gonna see if the kobolds, if they're there, if they're around or not. If I have a chance, I'll sneak away.
Yes. When you wake, they would all be asleep, given that they were up very late, polishing the gold, this massive gold lump, as much as they could. And as kind of light breaks into the cave, you can see one of them's just like curled up on top of it. One of them's literally like embracing it, and the others are just passed out from exhaustion still by the time you wake up. They're all asleep.
Cute. I'll leave a gold piece like by the entrance of the cave.
Okay.
Just maybe they'll believe it's like an omen, like, you know,
heads up or tails up?
Heads up, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. You can then make your way. You think you'll easily make it to the summit of the mountain today, and then be able to start thinking about making your way down. So I will ask you to make a survival check again.
Okay. 18.
Okay. You make good progress towards the summit. And although you didn't wake up early enough to attune to all the items and try and make it up to see the sunrise, you did make it up early enough to see the kind of clear morning sky and the sun kind of rise in maybe 2 or 3 phases. It's a beautiful day. It's crisp, it's cool, but you're dry, you're well rested, you're well fed, feeling a lot more optimistic. Maybe tomorrow is shining on you as well. You can make me another. Oh, you can roll me d20 this time,
Okay.
if you will.
14.
Okay. You make it up to the summit, and you kind of walk around a cairn. This is the very peak of the highest mountain, the Huntertop Mountain. And it seems as though various peoples, whether they be rangers or explorers, leave like a tribute or engage in some kind of worship up here. You can just see this kind of weird rock formation. Anything you want to do, or just carry on?
Hunter top. So seeing this sort of where it looks like people use this space to pray, I'll say a quick prayer to Lathander, and just pray for success in finding out clues that can lead me on to the curator.
Make a religion check.
13.
As you go and inspect the stones, and you shut your eyes and say this prayer, you open your eyes with a warm feeling, hoping that Lathander will heed your request. But you notice that the cairn, a singular rock formation as it was, is now split into two. There are two cairns.
If I detect magic, do I sort of feel any magical presence coming from them?
By throwing up detect magic, yes. There's no spell, but you definitely feel the influence of magic. Maybe from a creature?
I'll just finish my prayer and back away and try and continue on my path.
Make a stealth check.
Okay. It's cocked. Oh god, 3.
As you observe the two cairns and hurriedly finish off your prayer and start heading eastwards, you hear the rocks move and start to tumble and scatter, and are almost like thrust upwards in this kind of vortex. Two separate vortexes are coalesce, and one of them rushes past you, this collection of rocks, and you can see then before you an air elemental in this on this mountaintop domain. The rocks and like shale kind of giving him a loose silhouette in front of you, with its arms folded, blocking your path. As you turn round, an exact double of that air elemental folds their arms, and they utter like you can imagine like as some pebbles in a food processor. It's just this kind of guttural warning type sound that you don't understand.
So I mean, I don't have time to cast to understand them. I'll just sort of all right, fellas, just trying to make my way through down to Eastcliff, doing my best to read their body language. Is that gonna be a problem?
Make an insight check first.
Oh, 5.
Oh, they converge on you. It doesn't look good. you can then make a persuasion check at disadvantage.
Okay, disadvantage. Oh, natural 1 for an 11.
Okay. Bear with me 1 second. Okay. The first elemental rushes towards you and slams into you with this propulsive air and rock fist. A 19 will hit you, I assume.
Yep, most certainly will.
Then you can take 14 bludgeoning damage as you're punched backwards into the other air elemental, which uses its whirlwind feature. So I would like you to make a strength saving throw.
Oh, not very good at those. I clicked it, never mind. 14.
14 is enough.
Oh.
So you take 6 bludgeoning damage, but you're not flung off the mountain. But you manage to put 15 feet between you and the two elementals, who now both turn to face you. What do you want to do?
Okay, so I really mean it. I don't mean any trouble, and I'll cast out my hands and cast a 5th level charm monster. Now, it does say in the description that it makes the save with advantage if me or my companions are fighting it. But I'm not trying to fight it thus far, so
Yeah, you've not done an attack. They've been the aggressors. So although they're hostile creatures, I'll just do a straight check.
awesome.
Or what's the save?
So it's a wisdom save, DC 18. And it targets both of them because it's 5th level.
They have no modifier to wisdom, and I rolled a 7.
Oh, nice.
I'll do it for the other one,
Yeah.
and they rolled an 11.
Yes.
So yeah, you managed to exert your influence over them. What do you wish to do? They stop.
Thank you. Now, if you'd be so kind, won't you escort me down the mountain just a little bit further? Maybe half an hour?
How long does Charm Monster last?
1 hour.
So half an hour to take you as far as they can before.
Yeah, then after
to
half
go
an hour,
back.
I'm going to be like, fuck off.
Yeah. So that's so they I'll let you make a, even though you know this is going to work, I'd just like you to make now a charisma check at advantage.
Oh, just a flat charisma check. 23.
Oh, nice.
It doesn't say necessarily that they do what I tell them. They're friendly to me, so.
Yeah. They drop the cairn rocks out of their form and become less dangerous, and they move towards you. And they literally, but on each side of you, with a limb, an arm, and a leg, almost kind of raised up. They literally start to carry you down the mountainside.
Whoa. Okay. This'll do.
They take you kind of over the precipice and down like a sheer drop that might have taken you an hour to climb down, but you kind of float down in a matter of seconds.
Nice.
You just feel like it's getting towards half an hour, and you're about to say, "Okay, just let me off here." And they turn and bring you in to a cave, and take you about 150 feet in this would be inaccessible cave. It's a totally sheer opening, a hole in the mountainside that even if an expert climber could climb up this high, finding it would be nigh on impossible. And inside you see a what I can only describe as like a shrine or even like makeshift palace. There is like woven carpet and like an urn on a plinth in the middle of this cave, where the cave's been kind of like worked into a near complete sphere. The urn in the middle takes pride of place around small hills of gold, platinum, and gems. They drop you in the middle of this hidden alcove shrine facing this urn. The urn kind of looks like almost like a Fabergé egg, but with like teapot spouts coming out of the top. And it's kind of set into a gilded stand with like little feet. It's a very unusual looking item, but clearly it's completely untouched here by the elements, and certainly not like anything you've ever seen before.
Wow. Yeah, sort of about to panic, and then I'm going to look at this and just been taken aback. She'll rushedly grab a book and start looking through the information in there about elemental and earth, and try to spend 10 minutes using comprehend languages again.
Mm-hmm.
And if successful, although she can't speak elemental, we'll do our best to try and gesture like, what is this place, to the elementals.
Okay. I will make you you can now make like a persuasion check or a religion check at advantage. Your choice.
Okay. Oh, 29 persuasion.
Oh. One air elemental lifts you up towards this central plinth, while the other coalesces around this ornament and holds it up to you.
Hold up my hands like, what is this? What am I supposed to do with this?
As you hold your hands out cautiously, they make no further action. What do you wish to do?
As I'm reaching out for it, I'll cast Detect Magic on the urn item.
Yeah, it gives off serious magic vibes, and I will tell you that the type of magic is conjuration.
So I'll reach out to grasp it, like warily, looking at the elementals.
The air elementals hold you in place as you touch the orb, and then as you touch it, there is a flash of light, which is almost blinding, and the air elementals literally disappear from under you, and you fall backwards, clutching the air, landing on your arse. And as the white flash fades from your vision, and you look back on the central plinth, you see a male figure with like bluish skin, white eyes, almost like a turban with a blue feather and a red jewel in the middle, a nose ring linked to a clamp earring with a chain, and a long goatee that almost dilutes into a tornado under his chin.
Who disturbs Zora Smeed the Radiant? Speak, girl.
It's Redemption, the somewhat radiant also.
Why do you awaken me from my slumber?
Well, these elementals were kind enough to escort me down here, and I was just looking for Eastcliff, and they led me into this cave, and then they handed me this egg orb urn thing, and so I touched it, and here you are.
You made it to the top of my mountain.
With a little help.
But you were not seeking me or my assistance. You were guided here by my servitors.
Sorry if it's a letdown. I can put you back if it's a problem.
It seems as though your essence is protected by another. I cannot bestow my power unto you. But I can grant you a wish.
Wish. Right now?
Speak, and it shall be done.
I wish to find my leads so that I can defeat the curator.
As you wish. And with that white flash, I'm just writing down what you said exactly as you said it.
Yeah.
Find my lead so I can defeat the curator, is what you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You as he says, as you wish, the white flash blinds you temporarily. And when you awake, or when you come back to your senses, you notice that the urn with the spouts has gone, and in its place there is a ring of a similar design. It's got kind of like an egg-shaped dome in the middle with gilded spouts kind of climbing out of the center of it and attaching onto like the the skin if you were to put it on.
So now I'm just alone in this cave.
Yeah, there's no money in there anymore.
Okay. But if the ring is still there, I'll tentatively pick it up.
Okay.
In no rush to go tumbling down this mountain as I exit, and it seems like I'm pretty safe from the elements for the moment. I'll sit down and I'll identify it as a ritual.
Okay. Um, it is a ring of genie summoning. Sorry,
Ring of Genie.
it's a legendary item.
Oh my god. Getting so much loot.
When you put it on, a golden thread seems to extend from it and out of the cave.
I'll follow the thread.
As you peek your head out of the cave, the thread seems to lead like down a trail, and the golden magical nature of this thread seems never to be diminished by the light or elements, and you can see it as far as your eyes can see. Seems to lead east and down.
Yeah, I put on the ring. I can't attune to it yet, obviously, but I'll follow. Clutching this very precious item.
You can now make survival checks for the rest of the trip at advantage.
Oh, okay.
So we will do another one, if you will.
Okay. Okay, 19.
Okay. You wander for the rest of the day down. This thread seems to take you like a safe way, and you kind of, even though it might take a little bit longer, it's better than having any guide. And you start to come down on the eastern side of the mountain in the late afternoon, and the rocks start to be replaced with the occasional clumps of trees. And as night begins to fall, and the golden thread carries on for as far as you can see still, I'd like you to make a I'd like you to make a perception check.
19.
19. You see an old woman shambling about from outcrop to bush, seemingly looking for something. Has hunched shoulders. She has a basket. She looks to be almost like foraging for something, but looks quite distressed at the same time.
So, again, headstrong, but not too headstrong that she isn't careful. She'll get within 30 feet and cast Detect Magic just to confirm that she's not an illusion, or she's not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's no magic that you can detect, no spell that you can detect.
Yeah, so in that case, I'll just continue to approach. Are you okay looking for something?
This woman kind of puts her head over her shoulder
Why, yes. Yes, I am. And what are you doing here?
Hey, I was just trying to help. I'm on my way to Eastcliff.
Well, you can make yourself useful. I'm looking for some devil's root.
Alright, damn.
You must have seen some.
Must have seen some. What, because I'm a tiefling?
Don't you all partake in that kind of thing?
No.
Well, if you can help me find some, I'll make it worth your while, by way of an apology for causing offense.
Okay. Well, I'll help you look then.
You know what it looks like, I trust.
No.
It looks like this. And she, minor illusions, like a bit like a cross between like a fungus and a bark. That's almost got like a purple ooze on it. She uses the illusion to also kind of conjure the smell. And it's got this like sickly sweet kind of resin kind of smell that is unmistakable.
Alright. I guess I'll help you look then. Rude.
Well, I appreciate it. If you took a break from following that golden thread, that is curious.
You can see that?
Yes, of course. What is it?
I don't know. It's just going the same way I am, so here I am.
Make a deception check.
Oh god, natural 1. 11.
Well, if you help me, then maybe I can help you. And she kind of like extends a fingernail to the golden thread, and seems she can manipulate it. She like pulls it and twists on it, and is like, She almost seems more enamored by this now than searching for the devil's root.
Okay. Well, you just keep playing with your string, and guess I'll find you this devil root by myself then.
Okay. You can make a straight survival check if you wish.
Survival. 6.
You forage around as the light begins to fade and it becomes more and more difficult. After an hour, you start to notice that this woman is really no longer looking for the devil root at all. He's just following you around.
So after all, I'll be like, alright lady, do you want this devil's root or not?
Why, yes, I do. However, I would happily abandon my search and no longer require your assistance if you'd just let me have a little bit of that thread.
No. No, I'm not going to let you have it.
Well, looks like you'll have a long night ahead.
And she casts a spell on you. I'd like you to make a hold on. I would like you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Is it a spell?
Yeah.
Okay. 22.
She kind of waves a finger in front of you and says,
Find my root.
and you don't feel magically compelled to, although you may follow the order if you wish.
Just be like, find your own root, asshole. I've been looking for this thing for an hour.
Okay. She then, before your very eyes, transforms into you.
Oh, shit. Well, now you look a lot prettier.
Well, if you won't help me find my route, then maybe I'll find where this is going.
And she takes the golden thread and cuts it with a pair of scissors.
Hey, fuck you! Oh, I'll try and, like, catch it.
She is ahead of you. So are you trying to like pull the thread out of her hands before she cuts it?
Yeah.
Okay. Make a dexterity saving throw.
19.
You go to grab the thread just like she does, and you go to like yank it away from her, but your hand just passes through the magical thread.
Yeah.
Whereas she is able to grab it and cut it. And she, with a 20-foot head start, begins like running down the mountain towards where the thread is going.
Damn it! Like, I'm gonna reach out. Ooh. Yeah, I'm gonna reach out and I'm gonna cast Hold Monster.
Oof. Okay, what roll do I have to make?
A Wisdom 18.
This being fails.
Nice. Well, she's paralyzed then.
For how long?
Okay, so it's a concentration up to a minute. It has no effect on undead, just in case that makes any difference.
Mm-hmm. They hold the thread in their hand and stop. You can still see the thread and it's still going in that same direction. But yeah, there is nothing else happening as she... the kind of excited look on her face is also frozen.
Okay. Shit. I'll take a second and I'll just try and like reach out the thread. Hand just goes through it.
Yeah.
Damn, holding this thing. Okay, well if I've got a minute, will this work? Yeah, I mean, if I've got a minute to cast, I'll use my remaining spell slot to cast a magic circle.
Okay.
This let me check what the actual save is for. So I don't know if it just works, but okay, so it's a 10-foot radius, 20-foot tall cylinder of magical energy centered on a point on the ground that you see within range under her feet. Glowing runes appear wherever the cylinder intersects with the floor or the surface. So choose one or more of the following types of creatures: celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead. And it'll affect a creature of the chosen type. I don't know what she is, so just a blanket.
Well, I can see what you're doing here. And I just to make it a little bit more interesting, I'd like you to pick. I'm going to say the fewer of those creature types you pick, the more successful the consequences of casting the spells going to be.
Okay. Well, the only types are celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead. I'm going to pick fae or fiend.
Okay.
So, yeah, basically it'll be facing in. If the creature tries to use teleportation or interplanar travel to go out of it, that's where the charisma saving throw comes in. It's disadvantage against attack rolls against targets within the cylinder, or well, it's facing the other way, so anything out of the cylinder.
So the cylinder's around them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I won't be able to be charmed, frightened, or possessed by the creature if I'm on the other side of it. Yeah, and that's it. And because it has to be cast at 5th level, it would take. It's 3 hours. It would last. and as soon as
Okay.
I finish casting it, the paralyze would run out.
Okay, and does this consume the material components that Magic Circle requires?
It does have the components of holy water or powdered silver and iron. Of 100, it does consume it. Yeah, of at least 100 gold.
Yeah. And do you have? With monetary components, you just deduct 100 gold pieces.
Yeah.
So because you only pick 2 out of 5, I'm going to make rather than the spell just work. You did pick one of the correct types, so I'm going to make her make this save at disadvantage.
Okay, yeah. So she's trying to maybe teleport out of it then.
Well, yeah. If the paralysis drops at the same time as the spell, then they are able to shift if they wish to. So the circle comes into play and she, horrid creature, and it's a charisma save, is it?
It is, yeah.
What's the DC?
18.
Nope, I've been rolling like dog shit tonight.
Nice.
She like huffs and puffs, and she transforms. She drops her illusion and transforms back into herself, but presses up against the magical cylinder, and she's like knocking on it. Let me go! Let me out of here!
What does she look like now?
She's got like she looked just like she did before, just like an old woman. Her skin has like a greenish tint. Mm-hmm. She's got like long grey hair.
Okay. I'll just be like, "You're a horrid creature," and then I'll stick a finger up at her and I'll just start running. I've got like only a limited amount of time to follow this thread, so
yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna, if you're going as fast as you can, I'm gonna get you to make a athletics check.
Okay. For the first bout of it, can I use the eagle whistle to I'll just whoosh.
Okay, then I'll give you advantage on the athletics check.
Awesome. That would be I was a -1, so I've got an 8.
Okay. Kind of moving between like running as fast as you can, blowing on the whistle to give yourself like a minute and a half of flying, and then running again, and it's tiring. You kind of get a little bit disorientated, and you don't make it as far. I'll now ask you to make a survival check at disadvantage, just to make sure that you don't lose sight of the thread.
Okay. I'm blowing on the whistle and getting out of breath, and then needing to run.
Yeah. Hang on, where'd that thread go?
Oh god. It's only a 5 on the survival check.
Okay. You at least for now lose sight of the thread, but you keep going in the way that you think it was leading, and it was you know that you wished for it to go to your like destination or pick up your lead, and thus I guess you resolved to try and pick it up again further down the road. How long do you travel for?
I'm booking it. I'll give her one blast. In fact, let me mark that off the eagle whistle. I give one blast on the eagle whistle. I can run, give it a blast of that, out of breath, run again, and then just I'll keep going. But I guess I'll have to I'll once I've lost trace of it, I'm not going to be like running around for it. Now I'm just going to try and concentrate on figuring out where I'd lost track of it.
Okay. Well, we'll say you kept your head, you kept your eyes on it for maybe an hour and a half, and then it just either became too winding or you weren't paying enough attention as in your haste. So at a regular pace now, night has fallen, and it now becomes a choice between resting up for the night and trying to find a place to shelter, or traveling on through the night trying to find the thread.
Oh, I've got to try the thread.
Okay.
Because I've only got a few hours. It'll be snatched away from me. Like,
first it giveth, and then it taketh away.
Yeah.
So, pushing on through the night, you can make a survival check at disadvantage because you're tired.
11.
Okay, 11's not too bad. You keep heading down. The forest now becomes thicker and more dense. So I'd like you to make me a D10 roll, please.
D10. A 1.
Oh, okay. It all gets a bit like Blair Witch, and in the night, you just start to hear these like strange noises, animal noises, like on your shoulder, turning around, and there's nothing there. Shadows in the moonlight. It all just gets a bit creepy. Until you come to a clearing. A clearing where there's a very deliberate arrangement of rocks. What do you do?
Whoa, it's creepy around here. Oh, great, more rocks. Oh, fine. I'll just approach the rocks and be like, hello.
There, you hear your voice echo between the trees. Hello, hello. The rocks are arranged in a way. Well, in fact, I'll tell you that the rocks have got some curious staining on them as you get closer.
Warily detect magic.
You don't see or feel the presence of a spell, but the arrangement and the placement of these rocks, it just gives you the feeling that either a ritual or some kind of ceremony had taken part here. Make an investigation or arcana check at advantage. Could that detect magic?
Nice. Okay. 20.
Okay. With a 20, you see rocks placed in a circular formation. Sorry, was it arcana or investigation?
Sorry, that was arcana.
Arcana, okay. Each of these rocks has like a blood splatter mark on it. And there are the blood has long since dried, so the blood spot has become just like a black stain at the point of impact on each rock. You then see snake skin discarded outside this circle of rocks, and the bones of snakes, each of which you think was murdered or destroyed on these maybe like 11 or 12 rocks. The bones all arranged in a circular kind of pattern inside this sacrificial circle. All of the heads of the snake seem to have been made into a one giant head, or symbolic of one head, and that head seems to be consuming the tail of the snake, like in an Ouroboros fashion. And there is some writing, it seems, in the middle of this circle.
Okay. Abyssal, celestial, common, infernal.
Abyssal. So you can read it, right?
Yep.
It says, "Dream of freedom, but remember, where there are dreams, there are always nightmares."
Okay. I don't think I want to get my head down here for the night. Yeah, I'll
Keep going.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna stay away clear of this.
Okay. Then another survival check. Given that you had a bit of time to rest and investigate, let's just be a straight roll.
Okay. Ooh, 19.
Okay. You progress further and deeper into the Roxnort forest. Another D10 for me.
5.
You pick up your trail. You find the golden thread.
Oh, sweet.
That golden thread seems to pass by a well-trodden path that goes past a cave in the forest. So you kind of pass by a cave mouth.
Okay. Do I have any kind of sense of like how far I am away from town? Do I see any signs of? I suppose the path is a sign of civilization, but
yeah, the path would mean that you're confident you can pick up the trail, but you don't hear the sound of. Well, make a history check for me.
11.
You're not sure, to be honest. I mean, yeah, the road is the path is an encouraging sign, but how far away you are, it's difficult to say.
Does the thread lead down the path, or it goes into the cave? It goes down the path.
No, yeah, it passes the cave.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna just keep going. I'm gonna follow that thread while I've got it.
Okay. It gets very late indeed, and you start to feel tired. I will make you make one more D10 roll, if you will.
Yeah. 3.
You carry on through the night, following this golden thread. It becomes an almost delirious obsession for you as you trudge one foot in front of the other. The encounter with that being who you know will be free by now keeps you moving and pushing on. But you are about to collapse, having travelled all day really without taking much of a rest. In your tired delirium, you look up and you see three humans, all dressed in armor, one of them wielding a torch, along this path. They seem to be in casual discussion with each other. And the thread seems to pass right through one of them. They don't. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Well, if I catch sight of them before they see me, I'll change my disguise self so I look more or less the same, but half elven instead of tiefling.
Mm-hmm.
I'll sort of jog on over to them and hail them.
As you shout, hail! The one with the torch turns around. One has got a heavy crossbow, and the other one has a spear. Hail! What's a young lass like you doing all this way out in the Rocksnort Forest at this time of night?
I make my way to Eastcliff. A weary traveller, perhaps a foolhardy one.
Eastcliff? You're miles away.
Oh, crap.
You'll never make it to Eastcliff by morning. I suggest you. Well, if you're not going to camp out on the road, I suggest you carry on for another hour eastwards, and you'll get to the Opal River. Follow the Opal River downstream, and you might reach Bridgehorn by dawn. Maybe 2 or 3 hours away at the most.
I don't suppose a few coins could convince you to escort a young lady.
They kind of look at each other. Make a persuasion check. Just make a straight persuasion check.
26.
Well, we had an assignment to remove this tree, and now they all stand apart from each other. There's a tree fallen in the road. I don't think we're going to get it done tonight. Unless you can help, we'll gladly escort you back.
Far be it from me to denigrate myself, but do I really look like I can help?
What was your persuasion check, sorry?
26.
Oh. You're right. I'm sorry, love. We'll get you back down to Bridgehorn, and you should be all right by morning. We'll have to go and get a few more lads to come up first thing. But come on. Yeah.
Thank you.
And they forced march you down to the Opal Riverside. You notice as you get to the river, the thread seems to bear more to the south, like southeast, rather than directly east.
Okay.
What do you do?
The thread breaks off from the downstream of the river.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I feel a lot better now. You've escorted me quite a way, and I don't suppose we're too far from Bridgehorn now. I really don't want to keep you away from your work. If you want to go back and look at your tree, then please. Oh, of course. And I'll hand them like 2 gold pieces.
Miss, it's still very dark, and I wouldn't advise traveling on your own.
Oh,
Are you
please, and I'll just cast light on like a lapel. I'll be fine in the dark. I have a little magic on my side.
What's your name?
It's Raulina.
Realina.
Raulina.
Well, I'll let the folk at Bridgehorn know to expect you at some point.
Sure.
Very well. You'll find a nice room and inn at the Barge and Bottle. It's my wife's place.
Oh, and what was your name?
My name is. You see, this is a half elf person. My name is Milisea.
Milisea.
Mindriva is the innkeeper, or Mindy. Tell him Saya sent you, and she'll look after you.
Oh, amazing. Thank you. I'll hand them 2 gold pieces.
Mm-hmm. And you follow in the thread?
Yeah, once they've got out of dodge, I'll follow the thread along.
Okay. You, having forced march and kept up appearances with these guards, you relax somewhat back onto the path of the thread. And you are very tired. I'm going to have to get you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Oh, that's a crit fail.
Take a point of exhaustion.
Okay. Exhaustion. Yeah.
Okay. The thread bears southeast along the tree line. And you start to see now in the distance to your right, to the north, you can see the small fledgling town of Bridgehorn, with the lamplighters just making their first round to turn off the street lamps as dawn begins to break over the eastern horizon. As you look across Crystal Bay, I'd like you to make a religion check, which will be disadvantage because you're so tired.
Oh, yeah, of course. Well, just a 6.
6. The sunlight twinkles at dawn, and you can see the kind of bruised sky across Crystal Bay. It doesn't make you feel any real connection to Mendrion, but you begin to wonder whether following this golden thread is really going to align with your goals. But you trudge forward nonetheless. And now looking downhill along a main road, you can see just in the distance the coastal fortress of Eastcliff. It probably is another 8 hours away down the main road. Do you wish to... the thread seems to go that way. What do you wish to do?
I'll trace my steps back a little bit, and I'll see if I can head to the barge and bottle.
Oh, so you're gonna double back and head back to Bridgehorn?
If it's, it depends on how far I've gone. If it's not like crazy amount of distance.
Yeah, it might be just an hour back.
Yeah, if it's like an hour, rather than taking the full 8 hours on, I'll see if I can go and get a rest there.
So now you've seen the thread goes to Eastcliff, you feel confident in leaving it while you go. Okay. You turn back towards Bridgehorn, and by the time you get there, you see that same contingent of guards posted up at the entrance.
I got lost after all. Oh.
We told you. No, you're miles from Eastcliff. You might as well put your feet up. Go on. And they open the gate. Bridgehorn looks like part town, or part town, part kind of way station almost. you see as the gate opens, the main road carries straight through the middle of this town, and the main feature is the bridge that crosses the Opal River. Make a history check.
History. 26.
Okay. You know that if you carried on down this road and across the bridge, you could be back home in Crystal Spear in a similar amount of time that it would take you to get to East Cliff. You are in home territory now.
Ah, okay. I see.
Um,
It's also about 8 hours away.
Yeah, about maybe a bit less, maybe about 6 hours to Crystal Spear.
Okay. Cool.
But yeah, you pointed in the direction of the Barge and Bottle, which is a riverside tavern, which is a central feature of Bridgehorn.
Yeah.
You go in, and there are a couple of off-duty guards still slumped over their tables from the night before. The smell of stale ale and tobacco permeates the air as the kind of cold, damp walls seem still to smell of like revelry and indiscretion from the night before. Nobody notices you come in, and you don't see anybody immediately behind the bar.
Okay. In that case, I'll maybe just grab a seat somewhere I can see the bar.
Mm-hmm. Just make a perception check.
16.
Okay, with a 16, you just look around and you see this is kind of like a retired serviceman or off-duty soldiers pub. There's weapons displayed meticulously on the walls. The code of laws is nailed into a display board, along with a few wanted posters. And as you kind of look around, your vision returns back to the bar, where you see a buxom half-elven lady with short cropped hair. She looks quite tired as she lets out of yawn, and she goes, Oh, good morning, miss.
Morning. Don't suppose you'd be Mindy by any chance?
Oh, that'd be me. Welcome to the Barge and Bottle. I'm sorry, I'm not really open yet, but I guess I never close, really. What can I do for you?
Well, your old man Sire sent me. Said this was the place for a weary traveller to seek some rest.
Oh, Milisire's been out all night. You must have been in the woods. You poor thing. Look at you. You're filthy.
Oh, yeah. If you have a bed and somewhere to change, a bath.
Oh, of course. And she said, "Oh, she puts her brass key onto the bar, and she says, see yourself up to room 2, and I'll make I'll run you a bath, and we can sort out the finances later. Plenty of time for things like that."
Amazing, thank you. You're very kind.
Well, everyone who partakes at the Barge and Bottle has got an important job to do, and my important job is to make sure people are comfortable.
Oh, it's very noble of you. You must hear everything that goes on in town. Word from East Cliff, too?
Oh, we get new recruits up from East Cliff, dropouts, washouts they call them. Being a Cerulean sentinel is it's a grueling task. We've got to keep the peace, and not everybody's cut out for it. But thankfully, no not too much rumor or things to worry about these days. It's peacetime after all.
Indeed.
Go on, room 2.
Thank you. I'll go up to the room.
Okay. She, as you take some time just to sit, catch your breath, you, after about an hour, hear like a gentle knock at the door.
Yeah, I'll go and answer it.
As you open the door, you see a collection of towels, a robe on like a footstool. And as you look opposite your room, the door is open. And you see like a tiled room with a brass bathtub. And the room is almost partially obscured by the mist of a freshly drawn bath.
Oh, yes. Go straight for the bath. I will bring quill and paper. Excuse me. I'm going to try and note down the locations that I'd seen, everything on the travel so far. Not much of a cartographer, but I'll try and describe it and maybe a rough map while I get ready for the bath.
You, given your current exhaustion, it's going to be a history check at disadvantage.
Okay. 17.
Oh, at disadvantage, that's a really good roll. What details do you wish to make best record of?
I think the most important one is whether or not she was a hag or the hag-like creature lady that I trapped in the magic circle. That location would be I'd feel like it's the most important.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd also like to note where I saw the kobolds, the brick of gold, that'd kind of be least important. Second important would be the cave where the genie was. Which seems like the most significant, but I'm making the best memory to remember where the hag was because that seems more dangerous.
Sure. So yeah, you kind of what am I saying? You kind of put the different pieces of information together and you manage to draw like a sketch. Like actually drawing the thread really helps you as a point of reference to where you could see it and where you couldn't. And yeah, so you think you've got a pretty good location on where you saw the hag and at least a decent kind of area for where you might find the cave. The difficulty with trying to find the cave is how deliberately inaccessible it was. So it might take either flight or considerable skill of a guide to try and get you back there, especially as you were there.
I'm not really confident I'll ever get in there again, but I'll certainly try and... I think maybe even more than where it was, maybe making a special effort to try and remember the description of the shrine and
Do you remember his name?
His name was definitely one that was hard to remember off the top of my head. Zoris Mead.
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat, or if I can.
Yeah, I've got it written down. I'll get the spelling later on. In case I got it wrong.
Okay. So yeah, you take a few notes in the bath. What next?
After that, just rest. I'll just try to rest.
Okay. Yeah. You can take your 6 hours sleep and spend another. I'll say if you spent an hour taking a bath and making notes, then you can have another hour, depends on what you want to do with it, but yeah, another hour or two as well. So that'd probably take you to probably about 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay.
When you wake, I'm just trying to get back to the pop-out screen. Here we go. When you wake, the smell of a busy kitchen permeates through your temporary quarters, and the noise of a central and popular tavern makes it difficult to sleep at this time of day.
Yeah. If I've got just enough sleep to manage, I'll go downstairs. I'll order a lunch.
Okay.
And settle up with Mindy.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I trust you found the bath and bedding to your liking.
Oh, it was amazing. Thank you. You've no idea how badly I needed that.
Oh, well, you're looking a lot better for it, I might say. Are you still in your half-elf disguise?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've got some salted grouse and whey cheese and a nice tankard of cider.
Sounds amazing.
It's just 10 copper pieces.
And how much for the room and everything?
Yeah, on top of the lodgings, it's another 5 silver pieces for the bed and bath.
Oh.
So 5 silver, 10 copper.
Please take a gold.
Oh, thank you. It's very generous. Yeah, Mindy. She sweeps your money off the counter into like a till and goes about serving the mainly human contingent of customers. Anything you wish to do?
Just kind of complete my rest really with like having a meal and stuff like that. Just trying to figure out whether I want to change an attunement. I don't think I need to want to change an attunement at the minute. So
you don't want to attune to the Ring of Genie Summoning?
I think I would have certainly identified and I know what it is and how it works and what it does. I'm going to keep it. I'd probably attach it to a chain around my neck, conceal it, and yeah, keep very close hold of it. But I won't attune to use it at the moment.
Okay. Given that you've identified it, I'm going to say that in order to use it, you need to summon the genie by saying his name 3 times.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. You tuck into a generous plate of salted grouse and cheese and some nice local cider from the Roxnort Forest. Few patrons. No one really gives you the time of day. Like half elves are fairly common. Young ones anyway, older ones not so much. Roll me a d4.
D4. 4.
Okay, a wealthy-looking human sits down next to you. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you mind if I join you?
Like stuff in my face. Please do.
Of course. And this human has like messy silver hair and grey eyes, as well as like circular spectacles. I guess looks a bit like Percy from Vox Machina. He wears like a fine raiment But he's got like a sling of like vials and potions.
Mm.
And he kind of takes these like studded leather gloves off, puts them into his satchel, and loosens his cravat. Oh, long day already.
Yeah, just woke up.
You've slept until the late afternoon. Oh, how do you ever expect to make any money if you've missed all the customers already?
Oh, it was a long night. Who are your customers? What do you do?
Oh well, I dabble in a bit of alchemy. I sell different salves and concoctions. I'm really trying to build upon my father's legacy. He's a merchant in the Sud at Crystal Spear. But you know, I wouldn't want to tread on his toes. So I've come to Bridgehorn to try and carry on the tradition.
Oh, sounds cool, honestly. What kind of things can you do with them? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Rayalina. I'll shake his hand.
Make a deception check. Doubt you.
27.
Raylina. Where do you hail from, Raylina?
Well, originally Crystal Spear. I've traveled a lot the past few years.
Oh, well, the Isles are resplendent in their beauty, and there are indeed many beauties to find amongst it. What's your business?
Oh, not much business. I made some coin and silver crests. Just taking a long holiday, I guess you could say.
Oh, well, you won't find much leisure in Bridgehorn or Eastcliff. I suggest maybe heading to the Green Peninsula. The elves are most accommodating, although I'm sure you know all about that. Pointing to your pointed ears.
Of course.
Yes, I dabble mainly in healing at the moment, but I've managed to come across a few different recipes that I'm trying out. Care to purchase? And he kind of takes off his sack full of different potions, and he starts to place them into like a portable, almost like I don't know what they're called, the tray of vials.
Well, healing I'm fine with. I dabble in a little magics myself. But what about these experiments of yours? These different things you've been trying? Anything unusual?
Well, my mother was a herbalist, and she always managed to harness the kind of natural energies of the plants and the fruits and vegetables she tried to grow, and she could always get them to grow to a particular size. So I've been dabbling with different soil strengths and mineral compositions, and I think I may have been able to create something that would, well, grow a humanoid like you or me.
Really?
I'm yet to test it on anyone, but I have made a couple of batches, and I've got maybe roll me a d6.
4.
Then yeah, I've got maybe 4 of them. I could let you try one if you promise to purchase at least one more.
Buy one get one free kind of deal.
Sure.
How much do you charge?
Uh, how much is an uncommon magic item? Where's my? Hold on. Well, obviously it's taken considerable overheads and research costs. So 500 gold pieces will get you the one and the one to try.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm all but tapped out for that kind of fundage. I've been
Really?
traveling for a while, and I've got to find board, and
Well, perhaps you do me a favor just by just trying it to see if it works, and then if it does work, I'll give you one for free. That will obviously save me from wasting any more.
here?
Why not? It's the worst that could happen.
Yeah, what is the worst that could happen? So I'll grab one and then... so this will make me extra large. And then... will you be able to turn me back?
Yes, I'm quite sure. Yes.
Good enough for me, Gulp.
Okay. First of all, I'd like you to roll on the Wild Magic Surge table.
Is this a D100?
Yes.
Okay. 64.
64 is you down it, and then you feel this like choking sensation. You start coughing and wheezing, and the fog starts to come out of your mouth and out of your ears, and you do start to grow. Indeed, you turn into a large creature, but constantly this fog cloud spell centered on yourself is like pouring out of all of your eyes, nose, and ears. You can't see anything.
I don't feel so good.
You hear Mindy shriek, and a load of patrons like, "Whoa, bloody hell!"
I'm sorry, Mindy. Thaumaturgy, a window open.
Some of it starts to creep out by happenstance, but yeah, you begin to feel the press of the stone ceiling against you, and a table falls over, and a few of the patrons fall over it, and some of them run into each other as they try and escape your sizable obstacle.
Oh crap! This is gonna cost me more than the potion.
Roll a d4.
God. 2.
Well, you're stuck like that for 2 hours.
Oh god.
The fog begins to clear after. Let's see. Actually, oh no, the fog lasts for a whole hour. The whole bar, people run out. Mindy's business for the afternoon, it is completely truncated. Is there anything you wish to do in this 1 hour?
I'm trying to waft away the fog. I don't think I really have any spells that can deal with it.
Yeah, you ever tried to waft fog away?
Yes. I'm so sorry. And I'll try and I've got to sacrifice another 20 gold that I'm gonna leave for Mindy.
While you lurch out of the tavern and run away?
I'll just crawl out of the front door
Wait, I don't suppose you'll be wanting this.
Yeah, bring it here. What was your name again?
Kind of rubbing his eyes and my name's Chaff. Chaff. That's right. Chaff and Sons. Alchemy. and he throws you a vial, a potion of growth.
Thanks. I guess we'll sit out here for a while.
Yeah, Chaff doesn't seem like he really wants to use this potion anymore, so that's why he's giving you one. It's like, oh, back to the drawing board, I suppose.
Well, we gave it a good try. It does work.
Yeah, I'm not sure how useful it is.
I don't know. Maybe in Crystal Spear, for construction, or same in Eastcliff, you know, help the workers do twice as much work like this.
Ah, you have the sensibilities of a businesswoman.
Yeah, you've got to
I like
synergize with different industries.
Yes, indeed. Ah, maybe this could be a lucrative boon after all. I shall return to Crystal Spear and start to sell my wares in Bayside. And yes, maybe a dockmaster would pay a pretty penny for this one. Thank you. Sorry, what was your name again?
Raolina.
Raelina, the giant half-elf from Bridgehorn. Yes, I'll never forget you, Raelina.
Yeah, please don't. I'm like writing down in my book the Raelina half elf alchemist Chaff believes, like, you know.
Yeah, you've got a repertoire record.
Yeah.
Okay. So you are outside in Bridgehorn. The fog has just about cleared from inside Mindy's Tavern, the Barge and Bottle. You maybe sit on the riverside, feet dangling off the side as a few rivercraft transported up and down the Opal River estuary. Anything else you want to do?
Don't think so here. I mean, probably make a decent pace this size. Might as well start walking on towards Eastcliff.
As you turn around and make haste for the exit, you see Mindy stood outside of the Barge and Bottle with her arms folded.
So sorry, under the 20 gold.
Well, you should. It'd be remiss of me as a barmaid not to advise you to be careful about what you're drinking.
Yep, that's fair. I'll clean your gutters while I'm up here. Get a branch or whatever and like start trying to clean the roof.
She throws you a bed sheet.
Yeah. Spend 10 minutes on that.
Yeah, make a dexterity check. At advantage.
Yeah, man. What's my D20s? 19.
Oh, she's very grateful as you successfully clean her gutters and drop the bed sheet back down to her. Yeah, takes about 10 minutes. So if you want to make haste to Eastcliff in this size, you better run.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, then you can make, you know the direction you're going. If you're just going for pure pace, then it'd be an athletics check at advantage.
Oh, 6 or 9. So, just a 5.
5. Oh. You run, but you're kind of, you're not used to operating legs of this size, and you trip over more than a few times. And then just as you get in the hang of it, you start doing strides. You start to get cocky. So you almost start, you know how elephants like roll on the balls of their feet, and you start really getting into a rhythm. And then just as you reach like the height of one of your jumps, you go back to normal size and go tumbling arse over tit down the south road towards Eastcliff. A trader kind of wheels past you and looks down. Are you all right, miss?
Yep.
I will say at this point,
don't forget it.
I will say at this point, because your form has changed and you've gone tumbling, you're back in your tiefling form temporarily. Chaff and Sons. You're
Yeah.
nobody's son. And
You
like
need a-
grabs
Okay.
your arm.
I mean, if you need a potion of growth, makes people big. Chaff and Sons. Tell them Raylina sent you.
These soldiers would resort to all kinds of things to make themselves bigger and stronger these days. There aren't any shortcuts. If you want to be big, you've got to put the weights in.
Well, that's fair enough.
And you see, like, as you get to your feet, this trader is literally wheeling a load of like exercise equipment down to Eastcliff Fort.
Oh, nice. What's your business?
Oh well, they run a particularly strict regimen down at Eastcliff. Not just anybody can be a Cerulean sentinel. So they need heavy things to lift. That marble is really difficult to carve out of the cliffside, so I bring them slate and other rocks to, train with.
Nice. You heading my way?
Oh yeah, you're heading that way as well. Sure, you can hitch a ride if you want. He's got like 2 donkeys and a really battered cart, and the donkeys really struggle to pull this heavy load down the road. But at least it's downhill.
I'll sit up front where I can be near the donkeys, and I'll be casting guidance on them as we go, try and help them.
Okay, to make an animal handling check at advantage then if you're doing that.
What's my animal handling? This one, 18.
Yeah, the donkeys settle into a good rhythm, and this human trader, just kind of settles into some idle chit chatter. So, what's your story then, miss?
Just traveling around.
Traveling around to Eastcliff. It's not exactly a tourist destination.
I was in Silvercrest for a while, and I went down to Maloon, and and I saw the jungles and stuff, and I'm from Crystal Spear, and I thought, well, I might as well stop off at Eastcliff and just see, something a little bit different. Not every place you go has to be a tourist destination. It doesn't have to be all fancy or have like well-to-do fairs and attractions and stuff like that. Sometimes it's about being with the real people like you and your bricks and stuff.
He kind of nods to himself. Your experience of people from this side of Crystal Bay, like the settled citizens of Crystal Spear, Bridgeport, Bridgehorn, Shimmerport, and Eastcliff. This human society is very much kind of like function over form. Like there isn't much appreciation for art and beauty. It's all about usefulness and efficiency. So kind of going just from place to place, you see this guy he starts to tote up in his head how much it would cost you to get around and stay around all these places without having a decent job. He says, you're in advertising then, going around and promoting a alchemist's Chaff and Sons, was it? To
Chaff and
everywhere
Sons,
you go?
Chaff and Sons. It's business to business marketing, basically. I just link up with other like noble groups, and it's all very like heady kind of stuff. It's boring stuff. It's a lot of networking.
Make a deception check at advantage.
19.
Well, I guess most of the business people I've met have been in kind of like manufacturing or sales, and advertising was really just done by a little lad with a trumpet in the town square of a morning. But moving place to place, expanding, I guess that's what we're all about.
Yeah, the times they're changing. Interconnectivity. Where the isles are getting smaller
Oh, well, nice to meet you. I'm Elid.
Elid, the
Yeah.
personal trainer.
Elid Rodeer of Rodeer's Rocks.
Nice. Hey, that's a great name. It has a good ring to it, you know?
Well, it's, name my father gave me. So you're trying to sell some potions down to the troops?
Oh, well, not exactly. I just have to, network a little bit and see if any, like, industries, maybe in construction or the military, might have such interest for such wares like potions of growth and things of that nature.
Sure. Well, we're nearly there. Will you be staying a while, or do you want a lift back?
Oh, no, I'll be staying a while. Thanks so much for the lift, though.
It's like, all right, now, whoa! And he pulls the donkeys up to kind of like a roadside wage station, and a couple of guards dressed in a similar silver to the ones you saw in the early morning. Their regalia is of like a sky blue, intercut with like a fine gold, with like a white shield motif.
Mm.
Yeah, it's a nice uniform, and it's relatively unspoiled on virtually every guard that you can see, and that's roughly about 20 distributed across like different groups. It seems though some of them are like orienteering, some of them are inspecting this cart, and one of them stands just looking straight at you with their arms folded about 30 feet in front of like an outer gate. Outside the outer gate, you can see like a wooden watchtower where another guard stands with a crossbow, kind of surveying the south road. They step forward towards you. Good afternoon, miss. We saw you come in from down the road. What's your business here today?
Well,
You're not with Rodeer. He's
Rode
doesn't
was
usually come with anyone.
kind enough to give me a lift. I was traveling down, stayed at the Barge and Bottle last night, just on my way into Eastcliff, partly on a little traveling and holiday, and maybe a little marketing for a good friend's business. He's in potions and alchemy, you see, Chaff and Sons.
You have an appointment.
Nope.
You can't just wander onto a military base unscheduled.
Hmm.
Do you have a contact name or anything, or have you just come down on the road by chance?
Well, I was heading here to speak with the soldier people about the potions that can make you you've got to try it. I'll give you one for free. You've got to check this out. Haven't you always wanted to be so extra big and strong that you could be at the forefront of all your military arms, bigger than all of your brothers and sisters in arms, and be the mighty hero? Doesn't everyone want to be the mighty hero? Well, now you can. And I'll pull out the vial.
I feel like we should just smash cut to Red in a cell right now. No. You can make a persuasion check at disadvantage.
Oh, it's a 24.
This guard takes the vial and inspects it closely. You say this will make you big and strong?
Very big and strong.
How much of it could you produce?
Well, I couldn't just tell you right off the bat. I'd have to speak to some superiors. Negotiations would have to be made. Plans. It's not the sort of thing you can just wander up and talk to the to the local guard around. I'll need to speak with someone of authority.
Okay, now a deception check. Straight deception check.
Oh, natural 20 for 30.
30. Well, this is so against protocol, but it's. I mean, if this stuff really works, then it could be huge. Like, we could really, like, you know, stick it to the elves or even the orcs. You know. Right. Just wait here. Don't move. Leth, just keep an eye on this one, will you? Shouts up to the watchtower. Right. I'll go and get somebody. Just it might be a little while, but this could be lucrative for both of us. All right. Given that it's kind of one-on-one, I feel like it would be pertinent just to take a little break at that point. Is that all right?
Yeah, definitely.
All right. I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
How about that, guys? 10 minutes.
Perfect. 10-minute break.
All right. See you in a bit.
See you in a minute.
Bye. Okay, welcome back. We have been following Redemption on this solo adventure where she made it across the Haunted Top Mountains through the Rocksnort Forest, encountering no less than a genie and a hag, and a tribe of, unfortunately, gullible kobolds on the way. And she made it all the way to Bridgehorn, got a night's rest, and encountered this potion seller, and has taken it upon herself to go and at least try and flog the prospect of these wares to the Cerulean Sentinel organization at Eastcliff, where Red is now stood waiting for a response for some higher ups. Is there anything you would do while waiting?
Just a lot of like finger guns and winking at the people that are staring at me like
I'm going to get them to make an insight check. Oh, they literally don't care. I rolled a 2. So, you just make a perception check for me.
Oh, that's a natural 1
Okay.
for a 2.
Seems like you're waiting a hell of a long time. You're not sure how much time has gone past, but your mind wanders.
Mm-hmm.
And of Eastcliff.
Sorry, I had a little bit of a sound issue there for the past few seconds.
You realise that you're the only one stood there.
Oh. The guards and everything have just cleared off.
Yeah, they're not there anymore.
Okay. I mean, I'll just kind of twiddle my thumbs for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
I'm listening out. I already made a terrible perception check. I'm listening out. Is anything approaching? Why is everyone cleared off?
Yeah, as you're looking around, you with your back to the fortress. You just hear a familiar clearing of a throat behind you.
Excuse me.
You turn round, and Maximus is stood there.
Oh, Max. Now you make yourself known. How's it going, bud?
When I invited you to the CCC, did you really have to turn up under the guise of a potion seller from Crystal Spear?
Pretty good, right? Pretty great.
Well, I mean, I knew it would be you from the description. But why didn't you just ask for me?
Well, I didn't know if it was supposed to be, we're supposed to be, undercover and spies and secret knowledge and stuff, Thought it might be like a test.
Well, yeah, I mean, that is a good explanation, I guess. But you might have also noticed that Sire, you may come through. And the second door opens. It's at the fortress of Eastcliff. And at this point, a tall, cloaked figure with an obscured face steps out into the daylight. They wear a long purple robe and a golden gauntlet on their right hand. What's curious about this gauntlet is not only does it look like an extremely well designed and beautifully crafted magical item, but it's also got the golden thread that you've been following wrapped around it.
Try and like see if Max and this person can see the thread.
Max looks. You can make an insight check, actually.
What's my insight at? Okay. Oh, natural one.
You look around and you can't really tell whether Max can see it or not. But the figure wearing this gauntlet is literally wrapping it around their finger, like winding it around.
Nice gauntlet. What's that string on it?
By what means did you illuminate a thread of the weave? In fact, say nothing. I've cast a spell which has enabled us to speak freely, but I'd prefer us to speak in private. And with that, he holds out the golden gauntlet as if offering you a hand to take.
Look at Max and shrug my shoulders, and then I go for the hand.
Max grabs onto your shoulder as you grab onto the hand, and you are transported. You're in a dark stone room, lit by perpetually burning torches of blue flame. It is completely windowless, and the temperature gives you a clue that you are deep underground.
Just from the sudden shock of the like teleportation, just come out of it like, oh, sorry, I had a bad potion earlier. I wasn't expecting that.
Agent Loveheart gave you their highest recommendation. Indeed, you have proved yourselves a capable operative in the recent siege of Crystal Spear. You have consolidated human standing on the Western Isles, and your particular skill set shows remarkable potential. However, you claim to have been plagued by auspicious sightings of strange reptilian creatures. Is that correct? This, you still can't see this person's face.
Yeah, that's right.
Then, if indeed you are marked or targeted by the curator, you will understand that bringing you into this inner sanctum is a considerable risk.
I do my best to mitigate risks. I'll just like hold up my amulet of proof against detection and location.
Yes, I've been unable to keep tabs on you from afar. Which way did you come?
Over the Huntertop Mountains. You've got some interesting stuff going on up there.
And it's a perilous climb. You're no ranger or scout. How did you make it across?
I'm a conversationalist. Convinced a few people along the way to either stay put or help me along. Speaking of which, that golden thread was leading me here. And along the way, I met kind of like a haggy kind of old lady that was looking for some devil's root, and she was very rude. And I trapped her for a moment in a magic circle, which would have expired many hours ago, and she had cut that thread and seemed to want to follow it. So, just to make you aware.
He kind of leans in to Max. You may wish to deploy a contingent of scouts to make sure that Wicked Violet doesn't make her way south of the Rocksnort.
Wicked Violet?
Indeed. She is local. The Violet River is from whence she takes her name. She won't pose a crisis level threat, but she could indeed disrupt our immediate operations. Why did you cast that magic circle on her?
Well, first of all, she was an asshole. I tried to help her out with a stupid devil's root. She was rude to me the whole time. And then she started trying to snatch the golden thread, and she was snipping it, and I dived for it. I couldn't grab it, so I paralyzed her, and then I trapped her in a magic circle, and then I ran here.
Curiosity probably just got the better of her. You didn't make her any promises or bargains with her, did you?
No, I did tell her I was going to find some devil's root, but I didn't promise it.
I suggest you keep some on your person just in case.
Shit. I should write this in a book. Find devil's root.
Now then. So I made a mistake. It's not his right hand that's going in the gauntlet, it's his left. This person steps back, and you can see as he steps back into the shadow, there are two other cloaked figures at a broad ivory table that's gilded with the finest gold. These figures are sat way back behind the table, completely obscured in shadow. But you can see as Manshoon steps... sorry, I've just given you his name. As he steps back, you can see like a seeing stone or crystal in the middle of this table. He was just about to reveal himself anyway. The cloaked figure takes off his hood. You see a human with long dark hair and a pale grey face, tired green eyes, and a thick brow. Tall, strong, and would be handsome were it not for his complexion. Seems though he spends a lot of time hidden away. My name is Manshoon. Have you heard of me? Do you know my name?
Can I make a history check on that?
Yeah.
As a player, I feel like I've heard the name before, but being between different characters, I'm not sure. Oh, not amazing. 11?
With an 11, tell me, it was Red and not Smoke who travelled to Inelian, is that right? You know where you met Tisha the first time?
Yeah, it was Red. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then with an 11, you have a brief flashback. I'm not going to tell you any information about him with that 11, but I will tell you that you've seen this person before. You've seen this person cast Feeble Mind on Lucian Broadgrove.
Oh. Yeah. Oh,
I know
I'm
you.
trying to remember now. I can picture it. Yeah. Yeah, we have met before on Ainelian.
Indeed. I was conducting my own operation on Ainelian, and your intrusion meant that I had to make a very difficult choice. Someone as powerful as Lucian Broadgrove could not put two and two together and place me in elven territory. Risk sparking another war. I had to rob him of his senses. I am, however, dismayed to hear of his murder in Silvercrest.
I'll be honest. I didn't like him that much. No, but it doesn't offend me personally. I was cool with it, you know. We all made it out of there, right? Alive. Well, you know, Lucian didn't in the end, but
Neither did your Goliath friend.
yeah. Although he might not be all but lost.
Go on.
Well, I can't be sure, but you know, his soul may have been bartered for and may still be in circulation, as it were.
Do you mean to suggest that your friend's soul is being traded like commerce?
Maybe. What do you know about soul coins?
I will defer to my colleague's expertise on the matter. And he walks around the table and sits down at the center, shrouding himself once again in this shadow. Another person pipes up.
Before we begin to disclose these secrets, this knowledge, you must be initiated into the Cerulean Central Commission.
Well, initiate me, I guess. What do I have to do?
You must prove yourself. And we must know everything that you do. With that, you see one of the three figures cast a spell. What is your true name?
Skyrius.
And from whence do you hail, Scarius?
Crystal Spear. The slums.
And which god do you serve?
Lathander.
A few of them kind of glance to each other. Yes, Scarius. We know who you are, and we know you're being truthful. And we suggest you stay on this course for this next round of questioning. You used to work for a group of people. Those people, that organization was called?
The Grave Assembly.
And you ran a business, a front, in Crystal Spear for them, didn't you?
For a time. Tailors, among other things.
What was that business for, really?
Money laundering, extorting nobles.
And why did you stop?
Because it all went wrong.
The third voice from the right-hand side of the table, female. Be more specific.
Back then it all seemed fair enough. I and the others had been downtrodden, treated like dogs in the streets, raised in the slums without parents, without anyone to look out for us. Nobles so rich, many with unfairly gotten gains. Extorting them seemed fair and just. Although, I didn't care much for what was fair and just. Neither did the rest of us, and nor should we have. But there came a time things snowballed and got carried away with the Grave Assembly. And they wanted to take down a corrupt noble. And they rigged his house to be set aflame. It turned out that corrupt noble wasn't so corrupt after all. He was undercover and he'd housed orphans and those hard to do by. Tried to reach them out of poverty. And she struggles to say the rest of it from there.
And now, since that fateful time, you gave away the name Scarius and lurch around in service to Lathander under the name Redemption.
That's about the long and short of it, yeah.
Which of these two identities do you think is most useful to us?
You know, if I had to guess, Skyrius could be a hell of a lot of use to you.
The woman says. Skyrius could reposition herself within the Grave Assembly, bring some of her former colleagues to justice, even weed out some of their darker motivations, if she could indeed work her way back in, regain their trust.
I don't want to hand over my friends, but I'll gladly find further in the Zentarim. Those that are much further gone.
If your friends can be turned like you were, either through a crisis of conscience or more delicate persuasion, then that will be for you to decide. Agents of the Cerulean Central Commission are autonomous and independent, but we all serve similar objectives, the most pertinent of which would be the stability and safety of the settlers of Cerulea.
So that's your
Without
end game? Safety of everyone in Cerulea?
Indeed. We operate from the shadows because we must. Settling in Cerulea aroused a lot of pain, disruption, and death. But it also put all of our human and half-elven and all settling races at a disadvantage. There are factors on Cerulea that have remained for a millennia, and those factors may yet be brought to bear on the human populace. We cannot let our guard down, despite the signing of the settlement accords, and we must exist entirely in secret. Between the three of us, we uphold peace in Cerulea, even when our deeds may not be peaceful. If you are to become an agent of the Commission, then you must swear an oath of secrecy. Sever all bonds and ties with your former life and assume the identity that we need you to.
I won't give up my faith in Lathander. And I won't give up his mission either. Maybe we can come to a bargain.
Faith would be a conversion befitting of a tyrant or fascist. We do not ask you to let go of those who you pray to every night. We merely ask you to trust no one. Exploit your former contacts if you must. Keep them close at your own peril. But you must never give up your identity as a Commission agent, nor the association with the Commission of anyone you have met, Maximus and ourselves included.
I don't have any qualms in keeping your identities secret. I've done damn well in keeping my own business a secret for a long time. But I'll be honest, couldn't give a damn about the politics of Cerulea and the Accords. But I'll do the work. I'll help you maintain peace. Do what dirty deeds must be done in order to maintain it. If you can help me meet my objectives that are a little bit more existential than the politics of the Isles.
We have many operations currently in the pipeline. A female voice pipes in. Manchun is partway through Operation Waking Nightmare. We've discovered some troubling associations with certain elven families and practitioners of blood magic. Have you come across anything like this?
I have. Just last night. Out in the woods in the Huntertop Mountains, there was a ritual taking place. depicted a snake in the Ouroboros fashion. Sacrifices were made there. Blood.
Just last night, you say? Manchun pipes up. Come closer.
Yeah. Go closer.
As you step towards the table, you now see this glow of this crystal ball in the middle of the table. And the thread that was wound around Manchun's left hand is now dull. And he places it on the table before placing his left hand on the sphere. Sphere begins to glow more brightly as he reaches out to touch your temple. Do you let him?
Yeah.
He pinces his fingers against your skin sharply. This man has long, protruding nails. And with a pinch that pain lasts less than 1/100th of a second, he then begins to draw his fingers away from your temple and he draws a thread out of your head. He then extends it maybe 2 feet and the thread drops out of your mind. He then wraps the thread around his index finger on his gauntleted hand and touches the glowing sphere. The sphere then projects your memory from last night in the image of the crystal ball, and each of the 3 mages sat at the table can see this disturbing Ouroboros circle that you described.
Red's like, that's some freaky shit.
It has its uses. Indeed, this will corroborate some of my findings thus far. Operation Waking Nightmare is still in its formative stages. I wonder if Violet had anything to do with this. Be that as it may, Waking Nightmare is my operation. You may yet be able to contribute to it. Once we have your agreement, and the woman now stands, and there is a curiously absent, featureless face shrouded by this cowl, and she slides over a spectral hand which clutches a document enshrined with 3 gilded letters, Cerulean Central Commission, and a long decree that the signatory would swear to uphold the peace and prosperity of the settlement, the settled citizens in Cerulea, that they would adhere to the code of laws in the CCEC here and ever after, keeping its and their identities secret under pain of oblivion and being ultimately forgotten by everybody they've ever known.
Wouldn't mean all that much to me. You know, I've met very many people in my lifetime. Very few have ever met me. I can do this spy stuff. I can keep your secrets. I can use people I can trust without telling them too much. But I only have one goal in life, ever since that day I changed. And I was taken in by devotion. It's a mission given to me by the Solar in service of Lathander. I just have to find the curator, the one who deals in soul coins, to seek him out and bring him to justice. It's an objective that aligns with yours. Safety of people of Cerulea. It's not just that the Accords are upheld, but an existential threat like this must be quelled.
All you must do is sign, and the resources of the CCC shall be yours to exert upon the curator as you see fit.
Can I get that in writing?
The woman waves a hand, and 3 more paragraphs are added to the document in front of you.
Okay, she'll like whisper a prayer to Lathander under her breath, and then sign it.
Make a religion check as you do.
19.
Very good. As you reach down and grab a quill and dab it in a pot of ink, you look to your left and you see Mendrion silently at the end of the table, looking grim but stern in his resolution. He's not here to tell you not to do this, but is pleased to hear you speak so forthrightly about your objectives under devotion and Lathander. And as you sign, you step back and the sphere on the middle of the table lights up as per the light cantrip, and you can see the 3 people now illuminated. I've already introduced myself. I am Manshun. Be careful. Owing to an accident in my youth, there are many people who wear my face and wield my power. But I am the true Manshun. You can tell, as I'm the only one with this gauntlet. The woman she leans forward and you can see this kind of like spectral face. I am the symbol. The Witch Queen of Aglarond. I died during the settlement wars, and my soul is bound to my promise to protect them forthwith and forever after. And the final voice belongs to an older gentleman. Just make a history check for me.
Oh, natural ones. A 10.
This wispy goatee on the wrinkly and shriveled neck of a man well beyond their prime casts up to skin pressed across or pulled across delicate bones. However, you see deepest brown eyes and a look of absolute determination and a sharp wit. It looks at you. He almost looks through you when he says, I believe you know my son.
What, Max?
Frederick is my son.
Oh. Oh. Yeah, I know Freddy.
Breaks my heart every day that I must maintain this veil of secrecy. But it is for his and all of our protection. My trust was broken once by his mother. And when I knew my work was compromised, I joined with Manchun and the symbol, my lady Alasra. And we swore an oath to leave our old lives behind, do what we must. You must never tell him. Now then, if you were to find yourself in a combat situation, I'd worry. You've already found yourself at the wrong end of a few tricky situations you've been able to talk yourself out of in the past. But there are sterner tests to be had. Like now. I'd like to roll initiative.
Ooh. Okay. 16. So there's Manchun. There's the symbol.
Yeah, the symbol you heard Reginald Rosemantle refer to as Alasra.
Yeah, Alasra.
I'll give you a surname just because it was probably on that document as well. Alasra Silverhand. So you rolled
16.
Okay. As you the light from the crystal ball fades, and those figures seem to vanish into darkness. And behind you, you hear like the mechanical whirl of a construct as this like 5-pointed starfish-like robot swings an arm towards you for a 16 to hit. Does that hit?
Yeah.
Okay. Take 5 points of bludgeoning damage as this metallic construct wheels their arm towards you. An 18 will hit as well.
Mm-hmm.
take another 5. An 18 will hit again, so another 5. Does a 15 hit?
Yeah.
Oh, another 5. And one last one, 9. That won't hit.
No.
Okay. As you get battered by this kind of whirling dervish of metal, you turn back to shield yourself, and where the crystal ball was on the table, you turn around. There is now this like cuboid construct, and they follow up with 2 fist attacks. One hits you for 3 bludgeoning damage, and so does the second one. So you're now like flanked by these 2 constructs. What do you want to do?
Okay. When I was getting hit by the first one, I'll just use my reaction for Hellish Rebuke, which is I'll point my finger at it and is surrounded by hellish flames. It's a dex save.
Okay.
18.
They fail.
Okay. Where's my... That's 20 fire damage.
Oof.
Oh, and I have a trait. Let me find what this is. I remember
You do
this
like
from
an
last
extra
time.
5
So
or
extra,
something?
I think
was
it's 5. Yeah. When you do radiant or fire damage, it's an extra 5.
So you cast this hellish rebuke towards this whirling pentadrone, and you do. Parts of its armor fly off. Okay.
So that was just my reaction from when it hit me. So on my turn, let's see. I'm gonna go for a. Actually, I'll use my bonus action. I believe it is. Sorry, no. Action to cast Flaming Sphere.
Okay.
So 5-foot diameter sphere of fire in an unoccupied space of my choice. It's concentration. And as a bonus action, I can move it up to 30 feet. I can ram it into them to make the saving throw against the damage. So on that same one, I'll drive this flaming sphere towards it.
And then make a dex save?
It's another dex 18, yeah.
Yeah, they pass this time.
Okay, it should still take half. Got some more 6s. That is 15 halved, so 7.
7. Yeah, this robot's looking a bit rough.
Actually, I would have added the fire to that as well, which would have made it a 18, so it'd actually be 9 damage.
Okay. Yeah, still looking rough, but not quite gone.
Damage roll each time.
Yeah,
it was action and bonus action. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. As you bring your fiery wrath to bear on this, the one behind you, then another cube one lands on the table. So there's now 2 behind you. These are smaller than the 5-sided one. And they will do another couple of fist attacks. Only one will hit for 3 bludgeoning damage.
Yeah.
Then it'll be back to the one that's kind of on fire. This time, in their kind of last ditch effort, they kind of open up a vent in their like central core and exhale a cone of gas. So I'd like you to make a Constitution saving throw.
It's not a spell, it's just an effect.
Yeah, it's just an effect.
21.
Okay, you are successfully. It makes your eyes water a little bit, but it doesn't seem to quite have the desired effect. As you cough and splutter, this pentadrone is going to make a couple more attacks. With flanking, it will hit for a what's your AC?
Well, without mage armor, it's only 11.
Oh, okay. It will hit all five, so 25 bludgeoning damage in total.
Okay.
The original cube one will hit for 3 bludgeoning damage, and it'll be back to your turn.
Another 3 was that?
Yep.
Okay. For an action then, I'll throw a guiding bolt at one of the smaller ones. So there was the one large one which I've been hitting, and there's 2 smaller ones.
Yeah, 2 smaller behind.
Yeah, one of those smaller ones I'll go ahead and try and hit with a guiding bolt. That is a 24 to hit.
Yeah, that hits. Is that given that you're in such close proximity and there is an enemy within 5 feet of you, is that a disadvantage?
Oh, okay, it's not. I'll roll the attack again. I rolled higher that time.
Well then,
Got a 14 and
hit.
15. So 10, 14, 20, 33 radiant damage.
Okay, you totally destroy that first quad drone on the table, exploding him with guiding bolt.
Excellent. And then I'll use my bonus action this round to use my healing pool from Healing Light. And that... it's not bad at all. 10, 20, 23.
Nice.
Healing. That's it.
Okay, then the other one, this square one behind you, it's going to do a couple of attacks, and they will both hit for 6 bludgeoning damage total.
Yeah.
We go back up to the big one. It's not got a lot of hit points left, but
did he move? Because he would have been rammed into by the flaming sphere.
Oh no! So he'll take damage at the start of his turn.
Yeah, if he didn't move out of the way of it, he does. Yeah. Which is, sorry, let me grab that again. So, well, it's another dex save 18.
Passes with a 21.
Okay. That is. Oh wow, that's pretty good actually. 18, so half to 9. I'm not adding the +5 there because I guess that's not really me casting a spell that time.
Yeah, but it's enough to destroy it anyway.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, you it can't quite get out of the way of the flaming sphere in time. So it's now back to you, and there's just one quad drone left.
Yeah. Oh, I should have been making a whole bunch of concentration checks on that, to be fair.
It's fine.
Been a while since I've done a spellcaster.
Mm-hmm.
The remaining one then.
In fact, make one concentration check.
I should at least do it now. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll just make sure that
that is an 11.
Oh. Yeah, it's not enough. So I'm going to say that the pentadrone's just still up, as that last hit won't count, just that last one.
Yeah.
So yeah, now there's still the pentadrone and now this quadrone left.
Okay, yeah, so that's down. Yeah, the spell's gone. I'll do. Ooh, I'll recast it. I'll use my last spell to recast it, and I'll ram it into to the small one this time.
Okay.
Bonus action.
A 10 I rolled, my dex save.
Yeah, it takes 12, 13, 16, 20, 25.
It's enough to destroy it.
Nice.
Okay, so it's now back to the big one that's still alive, just. It's going to do its gas attack again, so I need a constitution saving throw.
12.
Oh, it's just enough.
Oh,
Follows up with a few attacks, no longer at advantage. It hits with only 2 for 10 bludgeoning damage.
Yeah.
And we're back to your go.
Cool. So on this one, then I will. I'll switch it up this time. This can do this one while I'm close. I'm going to use Frostbite cantrip. So that's a Constitution saving throw. DC 18.
Fail.
Oh, nice. That is 13 cold.
Okay, it's enough to destroy this robot. Each of the 3 constructs that you've just fought disintegrate, and their pieces coalesce and combine, reforming a larger mechanical construct with a singular eye placed atop a kind of burnished and spiky suit of armor, robotic limbs extending around a central clockwork-like timepiece. And it steps forward towards you. It doesn't attack. What do you do?
I'll just sort of take the dodge action. Just ready myself.
It extends a hand and reaches past you onto the table, picking up the contract that you signed. It looks at the contract. Its singular eye quickly and robotically reading every single line. The central clockwork timepiece adjusts as it seems to be imbibing the wording of the contract into its being. And then once it's ready, it steps back, closes its hand around the contract, and it lights up into flame, and stands there motionless. Well done. You will make a strong field agent, Skyrius.
I'm just gonna crack my neck and my hands glow. I use a little bit more healing. 7, 8, 17 healing. I suppose fights like that sometimes come without warning.
Well, while we turn our resources towards uncovering more about the location of the curator, we have an errand for you. There's a visitation taking place tomorrow in Crystal Spear. Dignitaries from the Vade Mecum are visiting the penultimate level of Crystal Spear. They're meeting with the council. They deign to inspect the Crystal Spear itself. As you know, this item is essential to the prosperity and protection of Crystal Spear and was crucial in its founding. We need you to make sure that nothing goes wrong. You may adopt whichever disguise you wish. We will give you the right equipment for you to be able to take whatever disguise or position of authority. Your objectives will be to protect the spear, make sure that the elves stay in their lane, and make sure that there is no other compromise to our national security.
Well, looks like we've got ourselves a deal.
Okay. And that takes us to 11 o'clock.
Wow.
So, thank you for playing through that with me.
Yeah, thanks for same to you. That's cool.
I think I certainly got into it after the first break. I got in a little bit more into the rhythm of it.
Yeah.
And obviously I started to kind of draw upon some more of the historic lore there at the end. But if you want to play through that, your first mission as a CCC agent, then I'll be happy to do that down the road. We will obviously we've got another game in the main campaign on the 31st of August, but maybe after you've done your one shots we can think about it.
Yeah, maybe.
Or
yeah, could be good.
But if you think, I prefer playing as part of a group, then we can expedite Red's adventures. But just let me know, whatever you like.
It's fun. It was really cool. Like, it was surprisingly good. It was loads of fun on the way there, just like manipulating my way out of situations. Like, it's awesome playing a charisma-based character.
Yeah, we don't have a face character in the regular party, do we? So it's a different kind of game. And what can I do against like 30 persuasion checks?
Yeah.
It's like even if there was no way on this earth that I wanted to do it.
Yeah.
A level 30 means I'm just this once. I'm
just
gonna
that
do
charming,
it. Yeah, exactly. I certainly didn't expect you to encounter a genie and a hag. But that's roll tables for you.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, man.
Cheers,
it felt very natural by the end.
Yeah. I got into the rhythm of it after a bit, definitely. Warmed back up to the character and remembered what it was like,
Yeah. She is enjoyable. Like, not taking everything so seriously and kind of chancing things and taking risks. I think that's a fun part of playing a face character.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Well, I don't know. Are we still streaming?
We're still live.
All right. Thank you so much for joining. If you have been tuning in to the Courage of Cerulea campaign since we started putting on YouTube, then there was one or two little bits of lore in there that you might enjoy. But otherwise, I'll say thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah. Till next time. Cheers, Dan.
Cheers, dude. See you in a
Yeah.
bit. Bye.